What if I told you that thousands of years before Darth Vader ever drew breath, an empire of darkness ruled half the galaxy with powers that would make even Palpatine tremble? The First Sith Empire wasn't just some ancient footnote in Star Wars history. It was a civilization so terrifying, so advanced in the dark arts, that when they finally fell, the very mention of their name was erased from Republic records. But here's what's crazy. Everything we think we know about the Sith, everything that led to the rise of the Empire we see in the movies, it all traces back to this forgotten realm of shadows. We're talking about an empire that lasted over 1,000 years, wielded alchemy that could twist life itself, and nearly conquered the known galaxy not once, but multiple times. Tonight, I'm going to walk you through the complete timeline of the First Sith Empire. From the moment those first dark Jedi were cast out into exile, to the rise of the most powerful Sith Lords in galactic history, to the final catastrophic war that brought it all crashing down. And trust me, by the end of this, you'll understand why the Jedi were so terrified of the Sith returning, that they spent the next 1,000 years looking over their shoulders. So before you jump to hyperspace or drift off to sleep, do me a quick favor. If this little galactic tale has you smiling, nodding, or just enjoying the ride, go ahead and smash that like button. Maybe even subscribe, but only if your inner scoundrel approves. Settle in, get comfy, and let's drift together into tonight's journey through the wildest, sleepiest corners of the Star Wars universe. The story of the Sith is not just a tale of darkness, but of mystery and transformation. Imagine the galaxy thousands of years before the rise of Palpatine or the fall of Anakin Skywalker. Back then, the word Sith was not yet synonymous with evil. Instead, there were whispers of outcasts, exiles, and the enigmatic Dark Jedi, those who would one day become the first lords of the Sith. Their actions would birth an order that turned the power of the dark side into an art form, one that each of them would master in their own way. But for all their fame or infamy, these first 12 Sith are shrouded in mystery. Most of what we know comes not from official records, but from scattered holocrons, second-hand accounts, and the painstaking work of archivists piecing together fragments from across the ages. Even the most famous events, like the Second Great Schism or the founding of the Sith on Korriban, are veiled in myth and contradiction. Our task tonight is to gather every thread, every rumor, and every secret, and gently weave them into a tapestry that brings these shadowy figures into the soft glow of understanding. Interestingly, some fringe aficionados suggest that the Force itself might have a dual nature, almost like a cosmic yin and yang, and that the Sith simply embraced the side the Jedi feared. This idea fuels endless debates among fans and scholars alike. Was the dark side inherently evil, or just misunderstood? Either way, the seeds of conflict were planted early, setting the stage for a saga of betrayal, exile, and dark ambition that would echo through millennia. So, as you let your eyes grow heavy, imagine the twin suns setting on a distant planet, casting long shadows over ancient temples where the first whispers of the Sith stirred. The galaxy was young, full of promise and peril, and the dance between light and dark was only just beginning. Chapter 1. Jedi Origins Before the Darkness. Close your eyes and imagine a galaxy before the words Sith or Dark Jedi sent shivers down anyone's spine a time when the Force was a vast, untamed current, and the earliest Jedi were more explorers and philosophers than warriors. Long before the schisms and the darkness, the Order's roots ran deep into the soil of mystery and wonder. The earliest Jedi, known as the Jedi, saw the Force not as a battlefield, but as a spectrum. Ashlar and Bogan, light and dark, swirling in eternal dance. Their home was Tython, a world where the Force's energy was so potent that even the wind seemed to hum with possibility. The Jedi didn't fear the dark. They studied it, seeking balance rather than dominance. Their temples dotted the landscape, each dedicated to a different aspect of the Force. Meditation, debate, and experimentation were daily rituals, and the air was thick with the scent of incense, the whisper of ancient texts, and the low hum of kyber crystals being shaped into something new. In these early days, Force alchemy was not a forbidden art, but an integral part of Jedi life. They used it to merge kyber crystals with metal, forging swords that pulsed with energy and resonated with their wielders' intentions. Even more astonishing, they manipulated life itself, taming rancors and, with a touch of alchemy, giving them wings to ride into battle against the Rakata. Picture a council meeting interrupted by the thunderous arrival of a Jedi astride a flying rancor. If nothing else, it would certainly keep everyone awake. Their curiosity was boundless. The Jedi believed that to truly understand the Force, one had to experience its every facet. Students were encouraged to spend time at both the Ashlar and Bogan temples, learning to walk the fine line between light and dark. This flirtation with both sides of the Force was not seen as dangerous, but as necessary, a way to foster wisdom and self-control. The Jedi Code, though lost to time, was less about strict rules and more about the pursuit of harmony. But as the centuries passed, the galaxy changed, and so did the Jedi. The Order gradually shifted from balance to caution, wary of the temptations lurking in the shadows. The practice of alchemy, once celebrated, began to raise eyebrows. Some Jedi argued that manipulating life was a step too far, a dangerous flirtation with hubris. Others insisted that mastery of all aspects of the Force was their birthright. Tensions simmered beneath the surface, and quiet debates in candlelit halls sometimes turned into heated arguments. It was during this period of transition that the Jedi began to rebrand themselves as the Jedi, moving away from Tython and establishing new temples across the galaxy. The Order's philosophy hardened. They would be guardians of life, not manipulators of it. Alchemy was quietly set aside, relegated to forbidden archives and whispered legends. The Jedi's relationship with the dark side became one of suspicion, not curiosity. Yet, not everyone was content with this new orthodoxy. A handful of Jedi, inspired by the stories of Xenor and the legions of Leto, an earlier group who had dared to walk a different path, began to question the wisdom of abandoning their roots. They saw the Jedi's retreat from alchemy and the dark side as a loss, not a victory. These dissenters met in secret, sharing forbidden knowledge and old texts, their minds alight with possibility and rebellion. It's easy to imagine the tension in those hidden gatherings. The flicker of candlelight on anxious faces, the thrill of discovery mingled with the fear of being caught. If you've ever tried to sneak a midnight snack past a vigilant parent, you have a sense of the stakes, though in this case, the consequences were a bit more dramatic than a stern lecture and no dessert. The seeds of future schisms were sown in these early days. The Jedi's flirtation with both light and dark, their willingness to experiment and question, gave birth to a tradition of inquiry that would one day split the Order apart. The very qualities that made the Jedi wise and adaptable also made them vulnerable to division. When the Second Great Schism finally erupted, it was not a sudden storm, but the culmination of centuries of debate, doubt and longing for lost knowledge. The legacy of the Jedi endures in the stories and artifacts they left behind. Ancient temples, now overgrown and silent, still hum with the memory of their rituals. Old holocrons, if you're lucky enough to find one, might contain a meditation technique or a recipe for alchemical ink, and somewhere perhaps a winged rancor still soars above the ruins, a living reminder of a time when the Force was a playground, not a battlefield. As you let your mind wander, picture those early Jedi, curious, passionate, and unafraid to walk the line between light and dark. Their story is a gentle warning that wisdom and danger often grow from the same root, and that the pursuit of balance is both a gift and a challenge. And if you're ever tempted to experiment with something new, just remember, the greatest discoveries and the greatest messes often begin with a simple question: what if? Chapter 2. The Second Great Schism. Brothers Divided. Let's settle in and drift back to the year 7000 BBY, when the Jedi Order, still young and vibrant, faced a rift so deep it would echo for millennia. This was the Second Great Schism, the moment when brothers and sisters in the Force became bitter enemies, and the seeds of the Sith's rise were sown in betrayal, forbidden knowledge, and a thirst for mastery that would not be denied. But as the Jedi Order evolved, they turned away from alchemy, believing their true purpose was to guard life, not manipulate it. Ajunta Pall, a Jedi master fascinated by the mysteries of the Force, disagreed. He believed that those who could touch the Force had a duty to master all its aspects. Secretly, Pall delved deeper into alchemy, twisting life and matter, and opening a gateway to the dark side. He wasn't alone. His passion drew a circle of like-minded Jedi, all inspired by the ancient tale of Xenor and the legions of Leto, the First Great Schism centuries before. The Jedi Council, upon discovering these forbidden experiments, denounced Pall's teachings as an abomination. But before they could act, Ajunta Pall struck first, killing his Jedi master and rallying his followers to rebellion. Thus began the Second Great Schism, a moment, not a war, but the fracture that would lead to a century of darkness. At least a third of the Jedi Order followed Pall into exile. The conflict that erupted is known as the 100-Year Darkness, a war so long and bitter that its details are shrouded in mystery. Both sides wielded proto-sabers, early cable-powered energy blades, and relied on Form 2 Makashi, a dueling style designed for blade-to-blade combat. With blasters not yet common, every battle was up close and personal, and after 100 years of dueling, these Jedi and Dark Jedi became some of the finest lightsaber duelists in history. Even the legendary Crier would later say that Jedi and Sith of her era were mere children compared to these old saber masters. But the Dark Jedi needed more than skill to fight a war that lasted a century. They turned to alchemy not just to create monsters, but to extend their own lives. Ajunta Pall and his followers used their forbidden arts to maintain their vitality, while the Jedi relied on long-lived species like the Neti Master Ood Banar to oversee new generations of warriors. The result was a war where the same faces and the same grudges persisted for generations, making every duel intensely personal. As the war dragged on, both sides sought new ways to gain an advantage. The Dark Jedi, desperate for resources, may have harnessed the Starforge, an ancient Rakatan superweapon capable of producing endless ships and droids, by drawing on the Force and the energy of stars. Ajunta Pall, in his spectral form, later hinted to Revan that this was the Exiles' greatest secret. Whether they truly controlled the Starforge, or it's just another Sith legend, the idea adds a layer of cosmic mystery to their story. The Second Great Schism was more than just a split. It was a crucible. Brothers and sisters in the Force became enemies, and the Jedi Order was forever changed. The seeds of the Sith's rise were sown in this moment of betrayal and forbidden knowledge, and the darkness that followed would shape the galaxy for generations. As you let your mind wander, picture the ancient halls of the Jedi, the clash of proto-sabers under alien skies, and the quiet resolve of those who believed they were fighting for the future of the Force. And if you ever find yourself in a heated debate with a friend, just remember, at least your disagreements probably won't last 100 years. Chapter 3. The Exile, cast out into the unknown. Let your mind drift to the aftermath of the 100-year darkness, a time when the galaxy was heavy with silence and the embers of war still glowed faintly in the void. The Jedi Order, battered but victorious, faced a decision that would echo through millennia: what to do with the defeated Dark Jedi. Execution was considered, but the Council chose a different fate. These former brothers and sisters, now called Exiles, would be cast out, banished from everything they had ever known, and sent into the unknown. Their journey into exile would become the stuff of legend, the first chapter in the rise of the Sith. Imagine the scene: a somber procession of 12 powerful Force users, stripped of their rank and honor, herded onto battered starships. The air is thick with tension, regret, anger, and a strange, electric anticipation. Each exile carries not just the burden of defeat, but the spark of ambition and a hunger for forbidden knowledge. The Jedi hoped that by sending them away, they would be ridding the galaxy of a great evil. Instead, they were planting the seeds for a darkness that would one day eclipse the stars. The journey itself was perilous. The Exiles, led by Ajunta Pall, Sorzus Syn, Karness Muur, and others, found themselves adrift in the vastness of space, with only each other and their grudges for company. Supplies were scarce, tempers flared, and the memory of betrayal lingered like a wound that refused to heal. Some of the Exiles were already using their alchemical skills to extend their lives, a practice that would soon become a hallmark of Sith Lords. If you've ever been on a long road trip with a group of strong personalities, just imagine that, but with lightsabers and a century of unresolved issues. After what must have felt like an eternity, the Exiles' ships emerged from hyperspace above a world unlike any they had ever seen: Korriban. The planet was a vision of desolation, red sands stretching to the horizon, jagged mountains looming like the bones of ancient giants, and a sky perpetually tinged with the colors of blood and rust. But beneath this harsh exterior, the Exiles sensed something familiar: the pulsing energy of the dark side, raw and untamed. Korriban was not empty. It was home to the native Sith species, a proud, red-skinned people with a culture steeped in ritual and dark tradition. The arrival of the Exiles was a shock, but the newcomers quickly asserted their dominance, using their mastery of the Force and their knowledge of alchemy to awe and subdue the Sith. The fusion of these two cultures, Jedi exiles and Sith natives, would give birth to a new order, one that blended ancient knowledge with ruthless ambition. The Exiles wasted no time in establishing themselves as rulers. Ajunta Pall, once a Jedi master, claimed the mantle of the first Sith Lord. Sorzus Syn became the chronicler and alchemist, her journals providing the only surviving first-hand account of these early days. Karness Muur, master of the fleet, and Remulus Dreypa, commander of the Black Legions, each carved out their own domains. The Exiles introduced the Sith to advanced Force techniques, including the use of proto-sabers and the creation of monstrous war beasts. In return, they adopted certain Sith traditions, such as the construction of massive tombs and the use of ritual magic. Yet unity was always fragile. The Exiles were powerful, ambitious, and often at odds with one another. Power struggles erupted frequently, with duels, betrayals, and shifting alliances becoming the norm. The Sith Code, "Peace is a lie, there is only passion," was not just a philosophy, but a survival strategy in a society where only the strongest could thrive. If you've ever tried to organize a group project and found yourself refereeing arguments over who's in charge, you'll have a sense of the early days on Korriban. Except here, the stakes were a little higher than a missed deadline. The Exiles' mastery of alchemy and the dark side allowed them to reshape Korriban itself. They constructed vast temples and tombs, filled with traps and guardians to ward off intruders. They bred new monsters, blending Sith alchemy with native fauna to create creatures that would serve as both protectors and symbols of their power. The native Sith, awed and sometimes terrified, became both subjects and students, learning from the Exiles and adding their own traditions to the growing Sith culture. The psychological toll of exile was immense. Cut off from their past, surrounded by rivals, and haunted by the memory of their fall, the Exiles became more than just outcasts. They became architects of a new order. Some, like Sorzus Syn, found purpose in creation and chronicling, while others, like Ajunta Pall, struggled with regret and the heavy crown of leadership. The harsh environment of Korriban, with its relentless storms and unforgiving landscape, became a crucible, forging the Exiles into something far more dangerous than the Jedi could have imagined. Over time, the Exiles' legacy became legend. The Sith Order they founded would endure for thousands of years, shaping the fate of the galaxy through war, intrigue, and the eternal struggle between light and dark. Their story is a reminder that exile is not just an end, but a beginning, a chance to remake oneself, for better or worse. So, as you let your mind wander, picture the red sands of Korriban beneath a sky heavy with ancient secrets. Imagine the Exiles, each a master of the Force, each determined to leave their mark on history. And if you ever feel like your group of friends is a little too dramatic, just remember, at least you're not trying to organize 12 Sith Lords with a grudge against the galaxy. Chapter 4. Ajunta Pall, the first Sith Lords settle in, and let's drift through the mists of legend to the story of Ajunta Pall, the Jedi Master whose tragic transformation would forever change the galaxy. His journey from revered Jedi to the very first Sith Lord is a tale of curiosity, ambition, and the shadow that falls when the brightest lights burn out. Ajunta Pall's story begins long before the name Sith was whispered in fear. In the era of the Jedi, the Force was seen as a spectrum, Ashla and Bogan, light and dark, both necessary for balance. Pall, a scholar at heart, immersed himself in the mysteries of the Force and became fascinated with Force alchemy. In those ancient days, the Jedi practiced alchemy openly, using it to merge kyber crystals with metal blades, crafting swords that pulsed with energy. They even manipulated life itself, famously taming rancors and giving them wings to ride into battle against the Rakata. Imagine the sight: Jedi astride flying rancors, soaring into battle. A scene so wild, even a bantha might do a double take. But as the Jedi Order evolved, they abandoned alchemy, believing their purpose was to guard life, not manipulate it. Ajunta Pall disagreed. He believed that beings who could touch the Force had a duty to master every aspect of it. Behind closed doors, he delved deeply into alchemy, twisting life and matter in ways that opened the gateway to the dark side. His experiments were not just academic, they were transformative, and they drew a following among Jedi who longed for the old powers and the freedom to explore them. Inspired by the ancient tale of Xenor and the legions of Leto, Pall and his followers saw themselves as rebels against Jedi orthodoxy, but the Jedi Council saw only heresy and danger. When their secret was discovered, the Council denounced Pall's teachings as an abomination. Before they could act, Ajunta Pall struck first, drawing his sword and murdering his Jedi master, a grim testament to his total rejection of Jedi dogma. He called his followers to arms, and the Second Great Schism began. This schism wasn't just a philosophical break, it was the spark that ignited the 100-year darkness, a war that would rage for a century. About a third of the Jedi Order followed Pall into rebellion. Both sides wielded proto-sabers, cable-powered energy blades, the ancestors of the modern lightsaber. Form 2 Makashi became the dominant dueling style, as blaster technology was still primitive. Imagine 100 years of lightsaber duels, every combatant a master, every battle a test of skill and will. Sorzus Syn, chronicler and alchemist, later wrote that these dark Jedi were the finest of their age. That might sound like classic dark side arrogance, but after a century of resistance, it's hard to argue. One question that often arises is, how did these warriors endure a war that lasted 100 years? Ajunta Pall and his followers used alchemy not only to create monsters, but to extend their own lives. Their experiments allowed them to maintain vitality and power for decades, perhaps the galaxy's first anti-aging regimen, though with a few more side effects than your average night cream. The Jedi, meanwhile, relied on long-lived species like the Neti Master Ud Banar to bridge generations. But Ajunta Pall's legacy isn't just about war. He was a visionary who believed in the limitless potential of the Force. His experiments pushed the boundaries of what was possible, but also unleashed horrors. Under his leadership, the Dark Jedi created alchemical war beasts, shamblers, howlers, pit horrors, and most terrifying of all, the Leviathans. These monsters, grown from the dark side, could interfere with the senses of Force sensitives, drive them mad, and even devour their life force. One particularly infamous Leviathan, affectionately named Chris Buckle the Ever-Hungry, became Sorzus Syn's favourite. Even in the darkest times, it seems, there's room for a little humour. Naming your superweapon Chris Buckle is a power move only a true Sith could pull off. Ajunta Pall's forces, the Black Legions, were led by Remulus Dreypa and likely included slave soldiers from conquered worlds. Their fleet, commanded by Karness Muur, was a force to be reckoned with. But where did these exiles find the resources to wage war against the Republic? The answer may lie in the Star Forge, an ancient Rakatan superweapon capable of producing endless ships and droids by drawing on the Force and the energy of stars. In his spectral form, Ajunta Pall later hints to Revan that this was the Exiles' greatest secret. Whether they truly controlled the Star Forge, or it's just another Sith legend, the idea adds a layer of cosmic mystery to their story. As the war dragged on, the Jedi constructed the Prism, a secret prison world hidden in wild space, intended for dark side war criminals. Staffed by droids and a single Jedi Master, it was never used during the war, but would be rediscovered millennia later by Obi-Wan Kenobi. The Jedi, desperate to erase the memory of the conflict, purged records and destroyed evidence, leaving only scattered fragments and the journals of Sorzus Syn to tell the tale. Ajunta Pall's transformation from Jedi Master to the First Sith Lord is a story of tragedy and ambition. He believed in the pursuit of knowledge, but his refusal to accept limits led him down a path from which there was no return. His name would become synonymous with the Sith, and his legacy of dark experiments, monstrous creations, and the belief that the Force should be mastered in all its aspects would echo through the ages. So, as you drift deeper into sleep, picture Ajunta Pall, once a seeker of knowledge, now a shadow on Korriban, his legacy echoing in the tombs, in the monsters he created, and in the very heart of every Sith who followed. The story of the Sith is not just one of evil, but of ambition, curiosity, and the eternal struggle to master the darkness within and without. And if you ever find yourself tempted to try a new hobby, maybe stick to gardening instead of alchemy, unless you want to explain to your neighbors why the roses are suddenly trying to eat the mailman. Chapter 5. Sorzus Syn, Mistress of Monsters. The 100-Year Darkness is a name that echoes with dread, but within its shadows, one figure stands out for her creativity, intellect, and chilling legacy. Sorzus Syn. Now, let your mind drift back to a time when the boundaries between light and dark were being redrawn, and the galaxy was about to meet the Mistress of Sith monstrosities. Sorzus Syn began as a Jedi, but even among her peers, she was known for her fascination with the mysteries of the Force, especially the forbidden art of alchemy. While others debated philosophy, Syn was busy experimenting, pushing the limits of what the Force could do to matter and life itself. When Ajunta Pall and his followers broke from the Jedi, Syn was among the first to answer the call, not just out of ambition, but because she saw in the dark side a laboratory with no rules. As the Second Great Schism erupted into the 100-Year Darkness, Syn's talents became indispensable. While the Jedi and Dark Jedi clashed with proto-sabers, those cable-powered ancestors of the lightsaber, Syn was hard at work behind the lines, conjuring horrors that would change the course of the war. The Jedi had always seen themselves as guardians of life, but Syn believed that true mastery of the Force meant understanding and, if necessary, reshaping life itself. Her journals, some of the only surviving records from this era, reveal a mind equal parts scientist and sorceress. It was Sorzus Syn who pioneered the creation of the Sith's infamous war beasts. Early experiments produced creatures like shamblers, howlers, and pit horrors, monsters whose names alone sent shivers down the spines of Jedi Knights. Details about these early creations are scarce, but their purpose was clear: to break the enemy's spirit and turn the tide of battle. But Syn's crowning achievement was the Leviathan, a living superweapon grown from the dark side of the Force itself. These gargantuan monsters could interfere with the senses of Force sensitives, causing them to hear screams, suffer headaches, and even descend into madness. When a Leviathan killed, it devoured the victim's spirit, storing their life energy in grotesque blisters on its skin. Efficient, really. Why waste time burying your victims when you can wear them? Syn's role in the war was not limited to monster making. She was a chronicler, meticulously recording the events of the conflict and the philosophies of her fellow exiles. Her journals are a rare window into the minds of the original 12 Sith Lords, offering glimpses of ambition, rivalry, and the constant push to outdo one another. Through her writings, we learn that the Dark Jedi were not merely villains, they were the finest duelists of their age, forced by circumstance and conviction into a century-long war with their former brothers and sisters. The 100-Year Darkness was a crucible, and Syn's alchemical prowess helped the Exiles endure. She and her peers used alchemy not only to create monsters, but to extend their own lives, maintaining vitality and power for decades. This allowed the same faces and rivalries to persist for generations, making the conflict intensely personal. The Jedi, meanwhile, relied on long-lived species, like the Nati, to bridge the gap between generations. The result was a war where grudges could simmer for 100 years, and every duel carried the weight of decades. But Syn's ambitions reached beyond the battlefield. She saw the creation of new life as a form of artistry, a way to leave a mark on the galaxy that would outlast any single war. Her Leviathans, in particular, were designed to be more than weapons. They were symbols of the Sith's power to reshape reality itself. Grandmaster Yoda, thousands of years later, would remark that ending the suffering of such creatures was a mercy, a testament to the horror and pathos Syn's creations inspired. As the war dragged on, Syn's influence grew. She worked alongside other exiles like Karness Muur, who led the Sith fleet, and Remulus Dreypa, who commanded the Black Legions. But it was Syn's monsters that often turned the tide, giving the Dark Jedi victories they could not have won with sabers alone. The Jedi, desperate to contain the threat, built the Prism, a secret prison world hidden in wild space, designed to hold the most dangerous dark side war criminals. Staffed by 100 security droids and a single Jedi Master, it was a place so secret that even most Jedi never knew it existed. Imagine being the only Jedi on a remote prison station with 100 droids for company. Even C-3PO might get bored. The legacy of Sorzus Syn is complex. Some see her as a visionary, expanding the boundaries of the Force and leaving a legacy of innovation. Others view her as a cautionary tale, a reminder that unchecked curiosity and ambition can lead to monstrous outcomes. Her journals, though fragmentary, continue to inspire debate among scholars and fans alike. Was she a scientist, a sorceress, or something in between? The war finally ended when the Jedi, aided by the Republic, managed to turn the tide. The Exiles lost control of their greatest assets, perhaps even the Starforge, the ancient Rakatan superweapon that may have supplied their fleets. The Dark Jedi were defeated, but not destroyed. Instead, they were cast out, exiled to the unknown, where they would find Korriban and begin the next chapter of the Sith story. So, as you let your mind wander, picture Sorzus Syn in her laboratory, surrounded by bubbling cauldrons and strange creatures, her quill scratching out the history of an age. Her story is a reminder that the line between genius and madness is thin, and that the desire to create can sometimes give birth to nightmares. Next time, find yourself tempted to adopt a mysterious creature. Just remember, even the galaxy's greatest alchemists had trouble controlling their pets. Chapter 6. Karness Muur, the Alchemist of Shadows. In the shadowy tapestry of the original 12 Sith Exiles, few figures are as enigmatic or as quietly influential as Karness Muur. While Ajunta Pall often claims the spotlight as the first Sith Lord, it is Muur who lingers in the margins of legend, his legacy woven into the very DNA of Sith alchemy, dark artifacts, and the enduring terror of the dark side's corruption. Now, let's settle in and trace the story of Karness Muur, the Sith Lord whose creations would haunt the galaxy for millennia. Karness Muur began as a Jedi, like all the Exiles, but even among his peers, he was known for his fascination with the boundaries of life and death. Where others sought enlightenment or power, Muur was drawn to the mysteries of transformation and control, how the Force could not only move objects or minds, but reshape the very essence of living beings. In the Jedi Order, such curiosity was dangerous, and as the Second Great Schism erupted, Muur found himself swept up in the exodus of those who refused to accept the Council's restrictions. On Korriban, Muur's talents found fertile ground. The native Sith species, already steeped in ritual and dark magic, became both his subjects and his inspiration. While Ajunta Pall led and Sorzus Syn chronicled, it was Muur who pushed the boundaries of what alchemy could accomplish. He is credited with helping to organize the Dark Jedi's fleet during the 100-Year Darkness, a logistical feat that required not just martial prowess, but the ability to command loyalty and fear in equal measure. His strategic mind was as sharp as his alchemical skills. Yet, Muur's true legacy lies in his most infamous creation, the Muur Talisman. This artifact, forged through forbidden rituals, had the power to transform sentient beings into mindless, force-sensitive thralls, an army of living weapons bound to Muur's will. The talisman's influence was so potent that it survived long after Muur's own death, resurfacing in later ages to threaten Jedi and Sith alike. Imagine an ancient amulet, humming with dark energy, capable of turning friends and foes into monsters with a mere touch. It's the kind of cursed object that would make even the bravest Jedi think twice before opening a dusty old chest. Muur's obsession with control and transformation didn't stop with the talisman. He was instrumental in advancing the art of Sith alchemy, working alongside Sorzus Syn to create the war beasts, shamblers, howlers, and pit horrors that terrorized the Jedi during the 100-Year Darkness. These creatures were more than weapons. They were expressions of Muur's belief that the Force should be wielded without restraint, that true power lay in the ability to remake the world according to one's will. Despite his achievements, Muur was not a figure of unchallenged authority. The Sith Exiles were a tempest of ambition and rivalry, and Muur's methods, brilliant as they were, often put him at odds with his peers. He was, by all accounts, a difficult ally, brilliant, secretive, and utterly convinced of his own vision. In the cutthroat world of the early Sith, such traits were both a blessing and a curse. The tombs of Korriban, those monumental testaments to Sith ego, bear silent witness to Muur's legacy. While Ajunta Pall's tomb is grand and Sorzus Syn's is filled with alchemical horrors, Muur's is said to be a labyrinth of traps and arcane wards, a place where the unwary might find themselves transformed or destroyed by lingering spells. Even in death, Muur's genius and his paranoia remained formidable. Experts and fans still debate the full extent of Muur's influence. Some see him as the true architect of Sith alchemy, the mind behind the monsters and the talismans that would shape Sith history. Others argue that his legacy is more ambiguous, a blend of brilliance and hubris that serves as both inspiration and warning. The fact that the Muur talisman would later resurface, corrupting Jedi, Sith, and even Mandalorians, speaks to the enduring power of his creations. If you ever stumble across a mysterious amulet at a flea market, it's probably wise to check if it glows suspiciously or murmurs about unlimited power. If it does, maybe leave it be and stick to the vintage action figures. They're far less likely to enslave your soul, probably. Jokes aside, perhaps the most haunting aspect of Karness Muur's story is the way his legacy outlasted him. While many of the original Exiles faded into obscurity, Muur's talisman and teachings continued to surface, each time bringing chaos and suffering. His life is a reminder that the line between genius and madness is thin, and that the desire to control others, even for what one believes is a greater good, can twist even the noblest intentions into something monstrous. So as you drift off, picture the red sands of Korriban beneath a sky heavy with ancient secrets. Imagine the shadowy figure of Karness Muur, toiling in his laboratory, forging artifacts that would echo through the ages. His story is both a warning and a wonder, a testament to the power of curiosity, the danger of unchecked ambition, and the eternal allure of the dark side. Chapter 7. Remulus Dreypa, the Iron General. Remulus Dreypa's name is etched in the chronicles of the Sith, not as a master of alchemy or a philosopher of the dark, but as the Iron General, the relentless architect of war whose black legions thundered across battlefields and whose strategies shaped the very bones of the Sith's early empire. While others among the Exiles obsessed over forbidden knowledge or monstrous creations, Dreypa's genius was in the art of command. His presence was unmistakable. Armored, imposing, and always at the front, his voice cutting through the chaos of war like a vibroblade through silk. Dreypa's rise began in the crucible of the 100-Year Darkness, where the Dark Jedi needed more than arcane rituals to stand against the Republic and the Jedi Order. The Black Legions, under his iron rule, became the Exiles' hammer. Ground forces believed to be composed of slave soldiers from conquered worlds, drilled into a disciplined, ruthless army. Dreypa's reputation for discipline and brutality was legendary. He could turn a ragtag band of conscripts into a war machine, and his soldiers followed him with a mixture of fear and awe. It's said that Dreypa's morning routine involved a brisk march across the dunes of Korriban, barking orders at the twin suns to rise faster. His campaigns were relentless. When the Jedi tried to crush the Exiles with the same efficiency that had ended the First Great Schism in a single year, they found themselves facing a foe far more formidable than anticipated. Dreypa's Black Legions, supported by the Dark Jedi's monstrous alchemical creations, became the backbone of the Exiles' resistance. They fought in grueling, attritional battles across forgotten worlds, their banners black as the void, their loyalty to Dreypa absolute. Unlike the more mystical members of the Exiles, Dreypa saw war as a game of logistics, morale, and overwhelming force. Where others conjured monsters, he forged armies. Dreypa's military mind was matched only by his stubbornness. He clashed often with the other Exiles, especially the alchemists and visionaries who preferred arcane experiments to battlefield discipline. But even his rivals had to admit that without Dreypa's leadership, the Exiles would have been swept away long before they reached Korriban. His ability to coordinate the Black Legions with the fleets commanded by Karness Muur was a key reason the Exiles could resist for a century. Dreypa's journals, though mostly lost to time, are rumoured to have included meticulous notes on supply lines, siege tactics, and the subtle art of motivating troops who knew they were fighting for exiled sorcerers with a penchant for giant, soul-devouring monsters. When the Exiles were finally banished and set adrift in the void, Dreypa's skills became even more vital. The journey to Korriban was fraught with peril, limited supplies, fraying tempers, and the constant threat of mutiny. Dreypa kept the peace with the same iron will he had shown in battle, ensuring that the Black Legions arrived on Korriban intact and ready to impose order on their new home. The native Sith, fierce as they were, had never seen anything like Dreypa's disciplined legions. The arrival of the Black Legions was less a landing and more an invasion, with Dreypa at their head, his armour gleaming in the red light of Korriban's sun. On Korriban, Dreypa's influence only grew. While Ajunta Pall claimed the title of Sith Lord and others vied for power through sorcery or intrigue, Dreypa built fortresses, drilled armies, and established the martial traditions that would define the Sith for generations. The Black Legions became the template for future Sith armies, ruthless, loyal, and utterly unyielding. Dreypa's methods were harsh but effective. Disloyalty was punished swiftly, and the weak were culled without hesitation. To Dreypa, mercy was a luxury for the victorious, and he intended to ensure the Sith were always on the winning side. Yet, even the Iron General was not immune to the internal rivalries that plagued the early Sith. Power struggles were constant, and Dreypa's uncompromising nature made him as many enemies as allies. There are tales of duels in the shadow of Korriban's tombs, of midnight conspiracies and sudden betrayals. Dreypa survived them all, not through cunning or sorcery, but through sheer force of will and the loyalty of his legions. His soldiers would march into the jaws of a Leviathan if Dreypa commanded it, though, given the fate of some of Sorzus Syn's creations, they probably hoped he wouldn't. Despite his martial focus, Dreypa was not without vision. He understood that the Sith could not survive on brute force alone. He encouraged the blending of Sith and Exile traditions, forging a new warrior culture that prized strength, discipline, and ambition. The Black Legions became both sword and shield for the fledgling Sith Order, their banners a symbol of the new power rising on Korriban. Dreypa's legacy is felt in every Sith army that followed, the stormtroopers of later eras, the endless ranks of Imperial soldiers, all owe something to the Iron General's vision. His name became a watchword for discipline and ruthlessness, a reminder that in the galaxy's darkest corners, victory belongs to those who are willing to do what must be done. If you ever find yourself struggling to wrangle a group project, just remember, Remulus Dreypa somehow kept a squad of exiled Sith sorcerers, monsters, and wannabe emperors in line for 100 years. If he could manage that disaster, you can probably survive a few emails and a group chat meltdown. The Iron General's story is not one of glamour or mysticism, but of grit, determination, and the relentless pursuit of order in chaos. As the red dust of Korriban swirls beneath alien stars, the echo of Dreypa's marching legions reminds us that sometimes the greatest power lies not in the darkness of sorcery, but in the iron will to endure. Chapter 8. XoXaan, Secrets of the Ancient. XoXaan's legacy lingers in the quietest corners of Sith history, less a thunderclap than a whisper, an enigma wrapped in riddles and hidden holocrons. While others among the original Exiles carved their names into legend through war or monstrous invention, XoXaan's influence flows like an underground river, nourishing the roots of Sith knowledge for generations to come. She was the archivist of secrets, a master of the ancient and the arcane. XoXaan's fascination with the lost wisdom of the Jedi and the earliest Force traditions led her to collect, record, and refine teachings that most considered too dangerous or too obscure to touch. Her holocrons, scattered across tombs and sanctuaries, became labyrinths of philosophy, meditation, and esoteric lore. Sith apprentices would later spend lifetimes deciphering her puzzles, some emerging wiser, others just left with headaches and a lingering sense that they'd accidentally signed up for the galaxy's most elaborate logic trap. Her teachings were never about brute power. XoXaan believed that true mastery of the dark side required understanding, not just domination. She encouraged her students to question everything, even the dogmas of the Sith themselves. Her lessons were riddled with paradoxes. To hold the darkness, you must let it go. Or, the truest vision is found with closed eyes. Those who sought her wisdom had to learn patience, humility, and the art of seeing beneath the surface. If a student asked, "What is the Force's greatest secret?" she might reply, "When you no longer need to ask, you'll know." It's the kind of answer that invites a week of meditation, or a nap, depending on your temperament. XoXaan's holocrons were as much tests as they were treasures. Some were protected by clever puzzles, Force illusions, or even echoes of her own consciousness, ready to challenge the unworthy. Legends tell of one holocron that could only be opened by reciting an ancient poem backward while balancing a kyber crystal on your forehead. An initiation that surely left more than one aspiring Sith with a headache and a bruised ego. Her influence extended far beyond her own lifetime. Later, Sith lords, desperate for an edge, would scour ruins and tombs for her hidden teachings. Some whispered that the most powerful secrets of Sith sorcery and illusion could be traced back to XoXaan's holocrons, while others believed she had uncovered truths so profound that even the greatest Sith dared not speak them aloud. Her legacy was both a beacon and a warning. Knowledge is power, but it is also a labyrinth, and not every seeker finds the exit. XoXaan's relationship with the other exiles was complex. She respected Ajunta Pall's vision and Dreypa's discipline, but often found their methods too blunt, too eager for immediate results. She played the long game, planting seeds of doubt and curiosity that would blossom in future generations. Some accused her of aloofness, others of subtle manipulation, but none could deny the depth of her insight. In the treacherous politics of early Sith society, her wisdom was a currency as valuable as any weapon. Her tomb on Korriban was a monument to her love of mystery. Unlike the grand mausoleums of her peers, XoXaan's resting place was hidden, its entrance veiled by layers of illusion and misdirection. Those who found it were greeted not by monsters or traps, but by philosophical challenges, each one a test of insight, patience, and understanding. Only the most persistent and perceptive could claim the treasures within. It said that the air inside was thick with the scent of old parchment and incense, the silence broken only by the hum of holocrons and the soft echo of her voice, still teaching from beyond the grave. Centuries later, Sith scholars would debate the meaning of XoXaan's teachings. Was she a visionary, preserving the wisdom of the past for a future she would never see, or a trickster, weaving webs of confusion to keep her rivals off balance? The truth, as with so much in Sith lore, remains elusive, a secret waiting for those with the patience to seek it. Her lessons shaped the way Sith approached knowledge, not as a weapon to be wielded recklessly, but as a mystery to be unraveled carefully, layer by layer. This approach would echo through the ages, influencing everything from the design of Sith holocrons to the structure of their academies. The greatest Sith sorcerers and illusionists, from Naga Sadow to Darth Zana, would all claim to have glimpsed some fragment of XoXaan's wisdom. And if you ever find yourself lost in a maze of riddles or frustrated by a puzzle box that refuses to open, just remember, sometimes the best way out is to stop, breathe, and laugh at the absurdity of it all. Even the most ancient Sith lords needed a break from their own enigmas now and then, perhaps with a cup of spiced kaf and a good holonovel. XoXaan's legacy is a gentle reminder that the greatest power often lies not in brute force, but in the quiet persistence of questions unanswered, mysteries unsolved, and the unending search for truth in the shadows. Her holocrons still wait, somewhere in the dust and silence of forgotten tombs, for those with the patience, wit, and courage to listen. Chapter 9. Tulak Hord, Master of the Blade. Tulak Hord's legend is carved into the very stone of Korriban, whispered in the echoing halls of his tomb, and debated in every corner of Sith lore. Where Ajunta Pall was a visionary and Dreypa a general, Tulak Hord was the blade itself, master of lightsaber combat, conqueror of worlds, and the embodiment of martial dominance. His name is synonymous with dueling prowess, and even now, fans and scholars alike still argue over whether he was the greatest lightsaber duelist in the galaxy's long, tumultuous history. Emerging in the aftermath of the 100-Year Darkness, Tulak Hord was not one of the original 12 Exiles, but he quickly established himself as the supreme martial force among the early Sith. His ascent was meteoric, fueled by an obsession with perfecting the art of the blade. In an era when the proto-saber was still the weapon of choice, its energy blade tethered by a cable to a power pack, Tulak's mastery was so profound that he could turn even this cumbersome weapon into a thing of deadly grace. It said he could disarm an opponent before they even realized the duel had begun, and that his footwork was so precise, he could have choreographed a ballet. Tulak Hord's dueling style was rooted in Form 2, Makashi, the elegant and efficient art designed for blade-to-blade combat. During the 100-Year Darkness, this form had been honed to perfection, as blasters were rare and every battle was a test of saber skill. Tulak took Makashi to its zenith, developing techniques and maneuvers that would be studied and feared for generations. His duels were legendary, not just for their brutality, but for their artistry. He was known to challenge multiple opponents at once, dispatching them with a flourish that bordered on theatrical. Some stories claim he once fought an entire squad of rival Sith and left the arena without a scratch, though it's possible the chroniclers were exaggerating, as Sith historians are inclined to do. If only they'd kept scorecards, we might have a clearer answer for the fan debates. But Tulak Hord was more than a duelist. He was a conqueror. His campaigns across Sith space were relentless, marked by a ruthless efficiency that left entire worlds trembling. He believed that the strength of the Sith lay in their ability to dominate, to impose their will through martial prowess and unyielding discipline. His black armies swept across the stars, defeating rival Sith, rebellious planets, and any who dared to challenge his supremacy. The tombs of his enemies lined the path to his throne, each a silent testament to his skill and ambition. His conquests were not just physical, but psychological. Tulak Hord understood that fear was a weapon as potent as any blade. He cultivated an aura of invincibility, ensuring that even the bravest warriors hesitated before facing him. It's said that the mere rumor of his approach could cause entire garrisons to surrender without a fight. In the darkened halls of Korriban, acolytes would whisper his name as both a warning and a challenge. To study the blade was to walk in Tulak's shadow. Tulak's legacy extended beyond his own lifetime. He left behind holocrons filled with his teachings, meticulous records of dueling forms, tactical doctrine, and the philosophy of the blade. These holocrons became coveted treasures among the Sith, their secrets sought by generations of would-be duelists. Some claimed that simply meditating in the presence of one of Tulak's holocrons could improve your saber technique, though others suspected it was more about the intimidation factor. If you ever want to psych out your sparring partner, just casually mention you've been studying with Tulak the night before. Yet for all his power, Tulak Hord's reign was not without challenge. The fractious nature of the Sith meant that rivals were always waiting for a moment of weakness. Tulak met these challenges head-on, his duels with other Sith lords becoming the stuff of legend. His tomb, constructed on Korriban, was designed as both a monument and a gauntlet, a place filled with traps, puzzles, and guardians, ensuring that only the worthy could approach his final resting place. Even in death, Tulak demanded respect, and many who sought to claim his legacy found only their own demise. The debate over Tulak Hord's status as the greatest duelist continues to this day. Some point to his unbroken string of victories, his innovations in saber combat, and the sheer terror he inspired. Others argue that later Sith, armed with more advanced technology and centuries of accumulated knowledge, might have surpassed him. But all agree that Tulak Hord set the standard, a benchmark against which all others are measured. His philosophy was simple: strength above all, mastery of the blade as the highest calling. He saw the lightsaber not just as a weapon, but as an extension of the self, a tool for imposing order on chaos, for carving one's destiny from the bedrock of the galaxy. In Tulak's hands, the saber was poetry and prophecy, a promise that the strong would always rise. And if you ever find yourself fumbling with a practiced saber, just remember, even Tulak Hord had to start somewhere. Perhaps his first duel was less than graceful. Maybe he tripped over his own power pack or accidentally sliced his belt. The path to mastery usually comes with a few scorched robes, a shattered egos, and the unsettling smell of something burning. Probably pride. Tulak Hord's legend endures, not just in the archives of Sith history, but in every duel, every challenge, every moment when blade meets blade and destiny hangs in the balance. His spirit lingers in the hush before the clash, in the steady breath of a duelist preparing to strike, and in the quiet certainty that, with enough discipline, anyone might one day stand in the shadow of the Master. Chapter 10: Darth Andeddu, Immortality's Price. Darth Andeddu's story is a chilling meditation on the price of immortality, a tale woven from obsession, secrecy, and the slow, inexorable unraveling of a mind that could not accept the natural end of things. While other Sith Lords sought power through conquest, alchemy, or the blade, Andeddu's singular focus was on defeating death itself. His name became synonymous with forbidden rituals, ancient tomes, and the kind of knowledge that promises everything but demands more than most are willing to give. He began as a figure of mystery, his origins lost in the haze of Sith legend. Some say he was already ancient when the first tombs were carved on Korriban, his eyes forever searching for the next secret, the next spell, the next way to stretch his existence just a little further. Andeddu's obsession was not with the fleeting glories of war, but with the permanence of the self. He scoured forgotten worlds and plundered the ruins of lost civilizations, gathering scraps of lore that others had dismissed as too dangerous or too incomplete. His sanctum was said to be piled high with scrolls, bones, and the kind of dusty grimoires that make even hardened Sith acolytes sneeze. The heart of Andeddu's quest was the ritual of essence transfer, a dark art that allowed him to move his consciousness from one vessel to another, defying the decay of flesh. This was immortality not as a gift, but as a relentless struggle, a constant battle to keep the self intact against the erosion of time. He perfected this technique through years of experimentation, sometimes on unwilling subjects who soon learned that volunteering for a Sith Lord's wellness retreat was a very bad idea. Remember that anti-aging regimen? Andeddu's version came with a lot more chanting and a slightly higher risk of your soul being evicted. His writings became legendary among the Sith. The fabled holocron of Andeddu was said to contain the secrets of essence transfer, as well as a host of other forbidden techniques, some so dangerous that even later Sith Lords hesitated to use them. The holocron itself was a puzzle box, protected by layers of cryptic riddles and mental traps. Only those with the patience and focus to navigate its defenses could hope to claim its secrets. For many, the journey ended in madness, their minds lost in the labyrinth Andeddu had created to guard his legacy. Andeddu's paranoia grew with his power. He trusted no one, surrounding himself with traps, guardians, and layers of deception. His fortress was less a home than a mausoleum in waiting, each corridor lined with warnings and curses. He saw betrayal in every shadow, and as the years wore on, his isolation deepened. The Sith, never known for their warm and fuzzy relationships, found Andeddu's company particularly chilling. If you ever feel like you're overdoing your home security, just remember, at least you haven't booby-trapped your pantry with Sith runes. His reign was marked by a kind of cold brilliance, a mind always turning inward, always searching for the next layer of secrecy. Yet, for all his cunning, Andeddu could not escape the fate that awaits all who cling too tightly to life. His followers, driven by fear and envy, eventually turned on him. Some legends say they sealed him alive in his own tomb, hoping to claim his secrets for themselves. Others whisper that his spirit lingers still, bound to the holocron he created, waiting for a worthy vessel to continue his quest. The chilling fate that awaited Andeddu was not annihilation, but a kind of eternal limbo. His essence, preserved through his own dark arts, became a curse rather than a blessing. Later Sith who sought his holocron found themselves haunted by his presence, a voice in the darkness, offering power at a price. Some went mad, others vanished, and a few managed to snatch fragments of his knowledge before fleeing in terror. Andeddu's gift was always double-edged, the promise of immortality and the certainty that it would cost you everything. His legacy endures in the cautionary tales told among Sith apprentices, in the whispered warnings that some secrets are better left undiscovered. Yet, the lure of eternal life is strong, and Andeddu's holocron remains one of the most sought-after artifacts in Sith history. Every few generations, a new seeker braves the tomb, hoping to succeed where so many have failed. The cycle repeats, each new apprentice convinced they can outwit the master, each one learning too late that Andeddu's greatest trick was convincing others that immortality was worth the price. And if you ever find yourself wishing for just a few more hours in the day, remember, sometimes it's better to let the clock run out and get a good night's sleep. After all, immortality sounds tempting until you realize it comes with an eternity of paperwork, endless security upgrades, and the constant risk of being trapped in a dusty old holocron with nothing but your own thoughts for company. Darth Andeddu's story is a quiet warning, a shadow on the edge of the Sith's midnight. His pursuit of immortality left behind a legacy of fear, fascination, and the gentle reminder that some mysteries are best left to the darkness. The holocron waits, the secrets linger, and the price of eternity is always just a heartbeat away. Chapter 11. Boudica, Queen of Shadows. Boudica's legend drifts through Sith history like a shadow at dusk, never quite in the center of the firelight, but always present, always watching, always weaving. Among the Exiles, she was known as the Queen of Shadows, a master of manipulation whose influence was felt in every whispered alliance, every secret betrayal, and every rumor that flickered through the stone halls of Korriban. Where Dreypa organized armies and Tulak Hord claimed glory with his blade, Boudica's weapons were secrets, subtlety, and the art of turning rivals into unwitting pawns. Her rise among the Exiles was as quiet as it was relentless. While the others fought openly for power, Boudica preferred to work from the margins, gathering information, exploiting weaknesses, and binding others to her will with promises, threats, and carefully chosen gifts. She was a master listener, able to draw out confessions and confidences with a gentle word or a knowing glance. The other Exiles soon learned that to underestimate Boudica was to find their plans unraveling in the night, their allies suddenly distant, and their enemies emboldened by secrets they never meant to share. Boudica's manipulations were legendary. She orchestrated feuds between her rivals, ensuring that none could unite against her. When Ajunta Pall struggled under the weight of leadership, it was Boudica who whispered doubts into the ears of the other lords, fanning the flames of ambition and resentment. When Sorzus Syn's monsters threatened to tip the balance of power, Boudica quietly encouraged the more cautious Exiles to question the wisdom of unleashing such horrors. Her touch was so light that many never realized they were dancing to her tune until it was far too late. The rumors surrounding Boudica's ultimate ambitions were as persistent as they were contradictory. Some claimed she sought to become the true ruler of the Sith, using the others as stepping stones to her own throne. Others whispered that her goals were even more mysterious, that she sought a way to control the very fabric of the dark side itself, to bend fate and destiny to her will. There were tales of hidden rituals, secret pacts, and forbidden knowledge gleaned from the oldest tombs on Korriban. The truth, as always with Boudica, was elusive. She cultivated these rumors, letting them grow wild, knowing that fear and uncertainty were the sharpest blades in her arsenal. Her mastery of shadow extended to the creation of her own network of spies and informants. Boudica's agents moved unseen through the corridors of power, gathering information and planting seeds of doubt. She rewarded loyalty with protection and punished betrayal with swift, silent retribution. It's said that even the bravest Sith acolytes would hesitate before crossing her, preferring to face a Leviathan in open combat than risk becoming the target of her quiet wrath. If you've ever tried to keep a surprise party secret from a nosy friend, you have a taste of what it was like to hide anything from Boudica. Except her consequences were a bit more dramatic than a ruined cake. Her influence was not limited to the Exiles themselves. Boudica was one of the first to recognize the potential of the native Sith species, forging alliances with their leaders and integrating their traditions into the new order. She saw the value in blending cultures, in learning the strengths and weaknesses of every potential ally and enemy. This adaptability made her indispensable in the early days of the Sith, when survival depended as much on cunning as on strength. Boudica's legacy is woven into the very fabric of Sith society. The culture of secrecy, the endless games of intrigue and betrayal, the belief that knowledge is power, all bear her mark. Later Sith Lords would study her methods, seeking to emulate her success or, at the very least, avoid her mistakes. The art of the Sith holocron, those mysterious repositories of knowledge, often protected by riddles and illusions, owes much to Boudica's philosophy that the greatest secrets should be hidden in plain sight, accessible only to those clever enough to find them. The stories of Boudica's end are as shadowy as her life. Some say she vanished into the depths of Korriban, her fate unknown, her secrets buried with her. Others believe she achieved a kind of immortality, her spirit lingering in the dark corners of the Sith temples, whispering advice or warnings to those who would listen. There are even tales that she left behind a final perfect manipulation, a plan set in motion that would not reach fruition until centuries later. If so, it would be the ultimate testament to her patience and cunning. Her tomb, if it exists, has never been found. Some seekers claim to have stumbled upon hidden chambers filled with cryptic messages and illusions, so convincing they could not tell dream from reality. Others report hearing a soft, mocking laughter echoing through the darkness, as if Boudica herself were watching, amused by their efforts. The search for her final resting place has become a rite of passage for ambitious Sith, a test of wit and will as much as of strength. Boudica's story reminds us that power takes many forms. Not every victory is won with a blade or an army. Sometimes, the greatest triumphs are those that go unnoticed, the battles fought in silence and shadows. Her legacy is a lesson in patience, adaptability, and the subtle art of turning every situation to one's advantage. And if you ever find yourself tangled in office politics or family drama, just remember, Boudica would have thrived in such an environment, though hopefully with fewer secret rituals and a lot less lightning. Her legend endures in every whispered rumor, every hidden agenda, every moment when a carefully chosen word changes the course of history. The Queen of Shadows remains a presence in the Sith's midnight, her influence felt in every secret kept, every alliance forged, and every ambition that dares to dream in the darkness. Chapter 12. Exiles, 9 to 12, Throne Figures, the Forgotten Lords. The 9th through 12th Exiles, those mysterious figures sometimes called the Throne Lords or Forgotten Lords, are the most elusive shadows in the gallery of the original Sith. While Ajunta Pall, Sorzus Syn, and the others left behind journals, tombs, and legends, these last 4 exiles seem to have faded almost entirely from the record, their names and deeds swallowed by the sands of Korriban and the jealous silence of Sith history. Even the most dedicated archivists can offer only fragments, second-hand rumors, and the occasional cryptic reference in the scattered holocrons of their more famous peers. What little is known begins with their arrival on Korriban, after the long and bitter exile from the Republic. The original 12, stripped of their Jedi rank and cast out into the unknown, landed on the Red World and began their transformation into Sith Lords. The first 8, Ajunta Pall the Visionary, Sorzus Syn the Alchemist, Karness Muur the Fleet Master, Remulus Dreypa the General, XoXaan the Archivist, Tulak Hord the Duelist, Boudica the Shadow Queen, and Darth Andeddu the Immortalist, each carved a legacy into the stone and memory of the Sith. But the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th Exiles seem to have been content with fleeting reigns, or perhaps were simply outmaneuvered by their more ambitious siblings. Some speculate that these Forgotten Lords were scholars, healers, or even diplomats among the original Jedi, lacking the hunger for power that drove the others to infamy. Others suggest that they were simply unlucky, caught in the crossfire of early Sith politics, and quietly removed by rivals before their stories could be written. Their tombs, if they exist, have never been found, or perhaps they were deliberately left unmarked, their secrets buried deeper than any holocron could reach. There are whispers that at least one of them tried to broker peace between the Exiles and the native Sith, only to be betrayed and erased from memory. If so, it would be the ultimate Sith irony. The peacemaker remembered only as a footnote in a tale of endless war. The fleeting reigns of these exiles are sometimes hinted at in the journals of Sorzus Syn, who, with her usual dry wit, once referred to the four who sit but never rule. It's possible that these lords held positions of authority only briefly, their power quickly usurped by the likes of Dreypa or Boudica. Sith politics, after all, has always been a game of musical chairs, with the added challenge that sometimes the chairs explode. If you've ever tried to keep your seat at a family board game night, you've tasted only a fraction of the tension. A few scattered legends attribute minor innovations or failed schemes to the Forgotten Lords. One is rumored to have experimented with healing through the dark side, hoping to find a way to mend wounds that the Force would otherwise leave untouched. Another is said to have dabbled in Sith illusions, crafting phantasms so convincing that even their fellow exiles were fooled, at least until the illusions turned on their creator. There are tales of secret pacts, midnight duels, and alliances that vanished with the dawn, but none of these stories can be confirmed. The truth is as slippery as a hut in an oil bath. Their anonymity may have been intentional. In a culture where fame was often a death sentence, and every achievement made you a target, perhaps the Forgotten Lords chose to fade into the background, surviving by being overlooked. Or perhaps they were simply outplayed by masters like Boudica, who could turn a rumor into a weapon and a whisper into a coup. The Sith were never known for their mercy, and the early days on Korriban were a crucible where only the most ruthless survived. The greatest mystery is why so little is known. The Jedi's effort to purge all records of the 100-Year Darkness and the founding of the Sith certainly played a role. After the war, the Jedi Order made a concerted effort to erase every trace of the Exiles, their battles, and their dark experiments. What remained was pieced together from offhand mentions in journals and the occasional artifact left behind. But even among the Sith themselves, the Forgotten Lords are rarely discussed. It's as if their stories were deliberately excised, a secret pact among the survivors to keep certain truths hidden. Some modern Sith scholars have made it a rite of passage to search for the identities of these lost exiles. They scour the ruins of Korriban, deciphering faded inscriptions and probing the oldest tombs for clues. Every so often, a new theory emerges, a name, a fragment of a story, a tantalizing hint that the truth is just within reach. But each time, the evidence slips away, leaving only more questions. It's a bit like chasing a womp rat through the Dune Sea. You think you've got it cornered, and then it's gone, leaving you with nothing but sand in your boots. What end, then, befell the 9th through 12th exiles? Did they die in obscurity, their ambitions crushed by rivals? Did they vanish into the wilds of Korriban, becoming legends among the native Sith? Or do their spirits linger still, waiting for someone to remember their names and tell their stories at last? In the end, the Forgotten Lords remain what they have always been, a riddle wrapped in a mystery, a shadow at the edge of the Sith's midnight. Their legacy is a quiet one, but no less important for its subtlety. In every gap in the records, every unanswered question, every rumor that refuses to die, The Forgotten Lords remind us that history is written not just by the victors, but by those who know how to disappear. And if you ever feel like your own accomplishments are going unnoticed, take heart. Sometimes being overlooked is the best way to survive a game where the stakes are life and death, and where the chairs, as we've learned, are always just one move away from vanishing entirely. Chapter 13. Secret Apocalypse, the Hidden Cataclysm. The Sith's earliest empire was nearly snuffed out before it ever truly began, not by the Jedi, but by the secret apocalypse that brewed within their own ranks. In the hush that followed the Exiles' arrival on Korriban, beneath the surface of new alliances and grand ambitions, a hidden cataclysm threatened to unravel everything. The Sith, for all their power and vision, were never immune to the dangers of their own making. The seeds of this apocalypse were sown in the very tools that had won them victory. The apocalyptic weapons and forbidden rituals conjured by the Exiles' mastery of dark side alchemy. Sorzus Syn, whose monsters had turned the tide in the 100-year darkness, continued her experiments on Korriban, now free from Jedi oversight. The Sith war beasts, shamblers, howlers, pit horrors, were only the beginning. The culmination of her efforts, the Leviathans, were living superweapons, grown from the Force's darkest energies. These behemoths could drive Force sensitives to madness, devour their spirits, and store their life energy in grotesque blisters on their skin. Remember Chris Buckle, the ever-hungry? But the Leviathans and their kin were not the only threats. The Sith's pursuit of power led to the creation of alchemical plagues designed to weaken enemies on a mass scale. These plagues, unleashed in secret, sometimes spread beyond their intended targets, infecting not just the native Sith, but even the Exiles themselves. The line between weapon and disaster blurred, and some whispered that the dark side itself was beginning to turn against its wielders. Rival Exiles, eager to outdo one another, sometimes sabotaged each other's experiments, unleashing horrors that neither side could control. If you've ever seen a group project go off the rails because everyone wants to be in charge, imagine that, but with monsters and plagues instead of spreadsheets and passive-aggressive emails. Amidst this chaos, the Starforge loomed as the ultimate apocalyptic weapon. This ancient Rakatan superweapon, capable of drawing on the Force and the energy of stars to create endless fleets and droids, had been the Exiles' secret advantage during the 100-year darkness. Ajunta Pall himself hinted that their oldest secret was the source of their power, and it's believed the Exiles used the Starforge to supply their armies and maintain their rebellion for a century. But the Forge's hunger was insatiable and its influence corrupting. At some point, the Exiles lost control of it, either forgetting its location or falling victim to its own dark machinations. The loss of the Starforge marked a turning point, as the Sith's ability to wage war on a galactic scale was suddenly and mysteriously curtailed. The Sith's internal betrayals were as dangerous as any external threat. The early days on Korriban were marked by shifting alliances, secret pacts, and sudden betrayals. Boudica, the Queen of Shadows, wove her web of intrigue, turning rivals against each other and ensuring that no one could consolidate power for long. The Forgotten Lords, those mysterious 9th through 12th Exiles, vanished into obscurity, perhaps victims of these very betrayals, their stories erased by more cunning or ruthless peers. The Sith's culture of secrecy and suspicion, born in these early years, became both a shield and a curse. It wasn't only the grand conspiracies that threatened the Sith from within. The very nature of their power, drawn from rage, ambition, and the dark side, made unity almost impossible. Every lord sought to outdo the others, and every experiment carried the risk of disaster. There were rumors of rituals gone wrong, of entire tombs collapsing in on themselves, and of spirits unleashed that would haunt Korriban's corridors for centuries. Some say that the echoes of these failed experiments can still be heard in the tombs, a chorus of regret and warning for those who would follow. The Jedi, for their part, had little idea how close the Sith came to destroying themselves. Their records, already purged of much knowledge from the 100-year darkness, barely mention these internal catastrophes. But the Sith remembered. The survivors learned to hide their greatest weapons, to cloak their rituals in secrecy, and to trust no one, not even their closest allies. The culture of paranoia and cunning that defined the Sith for millennia was forged in the fires of this hidden cataclysm. Even after the worst had passed, the scars remained. The Sith's temples and tombs were filled with traps, illusions, and guardians, not just to keep out intruders, but to contain the dangers within. Holocrons were protected by layers of riddles and mental mazes, their knowledge accessible only to those clever and cautious enough to survive. XoXaan's enigmatic teachings, Tulak Hord's dueling secrets, and Andeddu's forbidden immortality rituals, all were hidden away, lest another apocalypse be unleashed by an unworthy hand. If you ever find yourself cleaning up after a party that got out of hand, just remember, at least you're not sweeping up after a Leviathan rampage or sealing away a plague that could wipe out your entire friend group. The Sith learned their lesson. Sometimes the greatest threat comes not from your enemies, but from the secrets you keep and the ambitions you unleash. The hidden cataclysm of the Sith's early days is a quiet warning, echoing through the ages. Power without restraint is a blade that cuts both ways. The empire that rose from Korriban was tempered by disaster, its survivors hardened by the knowledge that their greatest enemy was often themselves. In every shadowed corridor, every locked vault, every whispered rumor of a weapon too terrible to use, the memory of the secret apocalypse endures, a lesson in humility and a reminder that some doors are best left closed. Chapter 14. The beginning of the end, the fall of the First Sith. The unraveling of the original Sith Lords was as inevitable as a Korriban sandstorm, slow at first, then all at once, tearing down what had seemed eternal. Their empire, forged in exile and ambition, was always a fragile thing, a patchwork of powerful personalities, each with their own vision, their own grudges, and their own secrets. The very traits that had made them formidable, their brilliance, their cunning, their refusal to submit, were also the seeds of their undoing. It began quietly, with the smallest of betrayals, a whispered rumor here, a broken pact there. Boudica, the Queen of Shadows, fanned the flames of suspicion, ensuring that no alliance could last for long. The Forgotten Lords, already marginalized, became scapegoats for every setback and disaster, their names invoked in curses and accusations. Even among the mighty, fear of obscurity was a potent poison. In the dim corridors of Korriban's temples, trust was as rare as sunlight, and every shadow seemed to hide a rival's blade. The Sith's greatest strength, their mastery of the dark side, was also their greatest weakness. Power, after all, is a jealous companion. As each lord sought to outdo the others, the unity that had once bound them began to fray. Sorzus Syn's monsters, once celebrated as weapons of victory, became sources of unease. The Leviathans, those living superweapons, were as much a threat to their creators as to their enemies. The memory of Chris Buckle the Ever-Hungry lingered in every strategy meeting, a reminder that sometimes your pet project can get a little out of hand. Tulak Hord, the master duelist, grew restless. His conquests had made him a legend, but legends have a way of attracting challengers. The dueling halls of Korriban echoed with the clash of blades as would-be successors tested their mettle against the old master. Some fell, some survived, and all contributed to the growing sense that the Sith's golden age was slipping away. Tulak's own teachings, preserved in holocrons, became both a blessing and a curse. Every acolyte who studied his forms dreamed of surpassing him, and some were bold enough to try. Remulus Dreypa, the Iron General, watched as the Black Legions he had forged began to splinter. Old loyalties faded, replaced by new ambitions. The discipline that had once made his armies invincible now seemed brittle, ready to shatter at the first sign of weakness. Dreypa's attempts to restore order were met with resistance, and in the end, even he could not hold back the tide of change. Meanwhile, XoXaan's riddles and hidden holocrons became the focus of a new kind of struggle. Sith lords and apprentices alike scoured the tombs for her secrets, convinced that the key to ultimate power lay in deciphering her enigmatic teachings. Some found wisdom, others found madness, and a few simply got lost in the labyrinth, emerging days later with a new appreciation for simple directions and a healthy skepticism of cryptic advice. If you've ever spent an hour looking for your car in a parking garage, you know the feeling. Darth Andeddu's quest for immortality reached its inevitable conclusion. His obsession with essence transfer, once the envy of his peers, became a cautionary tale. The rituals he perfected promised eternal life, but at a price few were willing to pay. His followers turned on him, sealing him in his own tomb, and his spirit lingered as a warning. Sometimes, the greatest victory is knowing when to let go. The final blow came not from an enemy, but from within. The Sith's hidden cataclysms, apocalyptic weapons, alchemical plagues, and rituals gone wrong had already left scars on Korriban, but it was betrayal, not battle, that shattered their unity. Alliances crumbled, old friends became bitter foes, and the original Order of 12 was swept away in a storm of ambition and revenge. The survivors learned to trust no one, to hide their knowledge behind layers of secrecy, and to strike first, or not at all. As the dust settled, a new Sith Order began to take shape. The old titles were discarded, the old bonds forgotten. The survivors, hardened by loss and betrayal, crafted a new code, one that prized strength, cunning, and the relentless pursuit of power. The rule of two was still centuries away, but the lessons of the first Sith Lords would echo through every generation that followed. Unity is an illusion, trust is a weakness, and the only true loyalty is to oneself. The tombs of the original Lords became both monuments and warnings. Each was filled with traps, illusions, and guardians, testaments to the paranoia and brilliance of their creators. Later, Sith would risk everything to claim the secrets hidden within, hoping to avoid the mistakes of their predecessors. Some succeeded, most did not, and the cycle of ambition and betrayal continued. If your group project feels like everyone's fighting for control and hoarding their notes like treasure, take comfort. At least your meeting probably won't end with a duel to the death or a plague of alchemical monsters. The Sith learned the hard way that greatness and disaster often walk hand in hand. The beginning of the end was not a single moment, but a slow unraveling, a tapestry coming apart, thread by thread. Yet from that chaos, something new emerged. The Sith endured, transformed by their own failures, their own darkness. In every whispered rumor, every hidden holocron, every ambition that refuses to die, the legacy of the First Lords lives on, a reminder that even in the ashes of betrayal, the fire of the Sith can never be fully extinguished. Chapter 15, Legacy, Shadows, Echo Forever. The legacy of the original Exiles is a shadow that never quite fades, echoing through every Sith who followed and shaping the very bones of galactic history. Their deeds, disasters, and obsessions became the blueprint for millennia of darkness, a template that every would-be Sith Lord would study, fear, and, more often than not, repeat with their own twist. The story of the Sith is not a straight line, but a spiral, each generation circling back to the secrets and scars left by those first 12. The echoes begin with the art of secrecy itself. The Exiles' lives were shrouded in mystery, their true stories lost to time and deliberate erasure. Later, Sith learned well from this. Knowledge became a currency, and every holocron a vault of power and paranoia. Even the Jedi, in their attempts to purge all record of the 100-year darkness, only deepened the Sith's love of hidden truths and forbidden lore. The great Sith libraries and tombs became labyrinths of riddles, traps, and illusions, each one a silent nod to XoXaan's philosophy that the greatest secrets should be earned, not given. If you've ever tried to find your way through a Sith archive, you know the real test isn't surviving the traps, it's deciphering the filing system. The Sith's obsession with mastery over life and death, first explored by Ajunta Pall and perfected by Darth Andeddu, became a central pillar of their order. The pursuit of immortality, whether through essence transfer, alchemical rituals, or simply the ruthless culling of rivals, echoed in the ambitions of every Sith Lord who followed. The chilling fate of Andeddu, sealed alive in his own tomb by followers hungry for his secrets, became a cautionary tale. In the end, the only thing harder than achieving immortality is keeping it from your apprentices. It's a bit like hiding your favorite snacks from roommates, but with more chanting and slightly higher stakes. The culture of betrayal and intrigue, so carefully cultivated by Boudica and the other masters of manipulation, became the Sith's greatest strength and their greatest curse. Every alliance was temporary, every friendship a potential trap. The rule of two, centuries later, was less an innovation than a desperate attempt to control the chaos that the Exiles had unleashed. Even then, the cycle of betrayal continued, each apprentice learning from their master's mistakes, and then making a few of their own, just to keep things interesting. The legacy of apocalyptic ambition, those secret weapons and catastrophic rituals that nearly destroyed the Sith from within, left scars that never fully healed. The Leviathans, alchemical plagues, and the lost Starforge became legends, whispered warnings for every new generation. The Sith learned to hide their most dangerous creations, to bury their mistakes deep beneath the sands of Korriban or behind layers of cryptic puzzles. Sometimes the only thing more terrifying than a Sith superweapon is realizing you've forgotten where you put it. Even the art of the blade, perfected by Tulak Hord and his contemporaries, cast a long shadow. The forms and techniques developed in the crucible of the 100-year darkness became the foundation for all Sith martial training. Every duelist who picked up a saber in the centuries that followed did so in the hope of matching or surpassing the legends of those first lords. The dueling halls of Korriban echoed with the footsteps of acolytes, each one dreaming of leaving their own mark, even as they tripped over the occasional power pack cable. The Sith's relationship with the dark side itself was forever shaped by the Exiles' example. The original 12 had embraced the darkness not as a curse, but as a path to freedom, creativity, and power. They taught that the Force was not to be feared or worshipped, but mastered and bent to one's will. This philosophy, passed down through holocrons, secret teachings, and the whispered advice of restless spirits, became the heart of the Sith creed. Every lord who sought to reshape the galaxy, whether through conquest, sorcery, or subtle manipulation, did so in the shadow of the Exiles' example. Their disasters were as instructive as their victories. The hidden cataclysms, the betrayals that shattered their unity, and the slow unraveling of their original order became lessons in humility and caution. The survivors learned to trust no one, to guard their knowledge jealously, and to strike first, or not at all. The tombs of the original lords, filled with traps and illusions, became both monuments and warnings. Greatness and disaster often walk hand in hand. The echoes of the Exiles' legacy can be felt in every era of Sith history, from the rise of Darth Bane and the rule of Two to the machinations of Sidious and the fall of the Republic. Each new Sith Lord, whether they knew it or not, was playing out a story written long before. A story of ambition, secrecy, betrayal, and the relentless pursuit of power. The shadows cast by the original 12 stretched across the centuries, shaping destinies and darkening dreams. And if you ever find yourself caught in a cycle of ambition and rivalry, whether at work, at home, or in your favorite hologame, just remember, even the greatest lords of the Sith had to learn, sometimes the hard way, that every shadow is cast by a light, and every echo is a memory of something that refused to be forgotten. The Sith's midnight is never truly silent. In every secret kept, every ambition kindled, every lesson learned and forgotten and learned again, the legacy of the Exiles endures, shadows echo forever, and the story of the Sith is never really over, just waiting quietly for someone new to listen. Chapter 16. Horde's Reign. The Saber King's Rule. Tulak Hord's reign was a storm of blood and discipline, a time when the saber was both scepter and scythe, and the very stones of Korriban seemed to tremble beneath the echo of his victories. After the chaos that had followed the original Exiles' arrival, Horde seized the fractured Sith with a grip as unyielding as Beskar, imposing order through force, fear, and the artistry of the blade. His rule is remembered as both a golden age of martial prowess and a crimson tide of conquest, a paradox that only a Sith could truly appreciate. As the Saber King, Tulak Hord was obsessed with the perfection of lightsaber combat. He took the dueling traditions of the 100-Year Darkness and elevated them to a philosophy, a way of life. His reforms were brutal but effective. Every Sith under his command was required to master the blade, and failure was not an option. Training halls rang day and night with the clash of sabers and the shouts of instructors, while the unlucky acolytes who failed to meet Horde's standards often found themselves serving as cautionary tales, or in some cases, as practice dummies for their more talented peers. If you've ever felt nervous about a pop quiz, imagine one where the wrong answer comes with a lightsaber burn. Horde's approach was uncompromising. He believed that only the strongest, most disciplined warriors deserved to rule, and he enforced this belief with a rigor that bordered on fanaticism. The weak were culled, the ambitious were tested, and the cunning were rewarded if they could survive the gauntlet of challenges he set before them. Under his rule, the Sith became a meritocracy of violence, where every promotion was earned in the dueling ring and every failure was paid for in blood. His conquests were legendary. Tulak Hord led his armies across the stars, subjugating rival Sith factions, rebellious worlds, and any who dared to challenge his supremacy. His campaigns were marked by ruthless efficiency and a flair for the dramatic. He was known to challenge enemy champions to single combat, dispatching them with a flourish that left both his followers and his foes in awe. The legends tell of Horde facing down entire squads of opponents, his saber a blur of motion, his enemies falling before him like wheat before the scythe. Some chroniclers, perhaps with a touch of Sith exaggeration, claim that he once fought for 3 days and nights without rest, pausing only to sharpen his wit as well as his blade. But Horde's rule was not just about conquest. He understood that the Sith needed more than brute force to survive. They needed discipline, unity, and a code that would outlast any one lord's ambition. To that end, he instituted reforms that would shape the Sith for generations. He established the first true Sith academies, where acolytes were drilled in the arts of war, strategy, and deception. The curriculum was harsh, the instructors harsher, and the dropout rate was, well, let's just say that dropping out sometimes involved a one-way trip to the tombs. It's the kind of school where the final exam is more of a final duel. Tulak Hord's reign also saw the codification of Sith martial philosophy. He recorded his techniques, strategies, and insights in holocrons that became coveted treasures among future generations. These holocrons were guarded by puzzles and traps, ensuring that only the worthy could unlock their secrets. Many an ambitious apprentice spent sleepless nights meditating before Horde's holocron, hoping for a vision, a lesson, or at least a hint that wouldn't end in a mild case of electrocution. Despite his brutality, Horde was not without a certain dark charisma. He inspired loyalty in those who survived his trials, and even his enemies grudgingly respected his skill. He was a king who ruled not from a throne, but from the front lines, his saber always ready, his presence a constant reminder that in the Sith Order, strength was the only law. The tomb he built for himself on Korriban was less a resting place than a challenge, filled with traps, illusions, and guardians, daring future Sith to prove themselves worthy of his legacy. The legends that grew around Horde only added to his mystique. Some said he could cut through starship hulls with a single stroke, or that he once dueled a Leviathan and won by sheer force of will. Others whispered that he had discovered secret techniques for channeling the Force through his saber, making him nearly invincible in battle. Whether these stories are true or simply the embellishments of later Sith chroniclers, they all serve the same purpose: to reinforce the idea that Tulak Hord was the standard by which all Sith duelists would be judged. His reign, for all its violence, brought a measure of stability to the Sith. The chaos and infighting that had threatened to tear the Order apart were replaced by a new kind of order, one built on fear, respect, and the ever-present possibility of a challenge. Horde's reforms ensured that only the strongest survived, but they also laid the groundwork for the Sith's enduring culture of rivalry and ambition. Every lord who followed in his footsteps, from Marka Ragnos to Darth Bane, did so in the shadow of the Saber King. And if you ever find yourself dreading a particularly tough performance review, just remember, at least you don't have to demonstrate your skills in front of Tulak Hord. In his court, constructive criticism usually involved actual construction of your own tomb. The Saber King's rule was a crucible that forged the Sith into something more than a band of exiles. His legacy is written in the scars of Korriban, in the echoes of 1,000 duels, and in the quiet terror that every Sith acolyte feels when they pick up a saber for the first time. Tulak Hord remains an icon, a legend, and a warning. In the world of the Sith, greatness is earned, never given, and every shadow hides a blade waiting to be drawn. Chapter 17. Throne Figures Found, Lost Lords Resurface. Long after the first Sith Lords faded into legend, the galaxy's sands and shadows continued to yield their secrets. The rediscovery of lost Sith relics and the resurfacing of stories about exiles, once thought gone, sent ripples through Sith history, reshaping what the Order believed about its own origins. Each new find was like a ghostly hand reaching out from the past, clutching at the present with secrets too potent to remain buried. The process of uncovering these lost lords was rarely straightforward. Many of the original 12 exiles left behind little more than rumors and half-remembered names, their legacies swallowed by time, betrayal, or the jealous silence of their rivals. But as holocrons were unearthed in forgotten tombs and cryptic inscriptions were deciphered from the walls of Korriban's deepest catacombs, the stories of these throne figures began to emerge, pieced together from fragments scattered across the ages. Some of the most startling discoveries came from the recovery of ancient Sith holocrons, those puzzle boxes of memory and power, each protected by riddles, illusions, and sometimes the lingering will of their creator. It was in these holocrons that the voices of the lost exiles could sometimes be heard, their teachings preserved in flickering blue and red holograms. The insights they offered were rarely straightforward. A lesson from one of the forgotten lords might begin as a meditation on patience, only to veer suddenly into a warning about trusting anyone with your favorite alchemical recipe. The Sith were nothing if not practical about their secrets. After all, nobody wants their immortality potion swapped out for a batch of spicy soup. The stories that surfaced from these relics often contradicted the official histories. One lost lord, once dismissed as a minor figure, was revealed to have been a master of Sith healing arts, using the dark side to mend wounds and stave off death in ways that even Andeddu would have envied. Another was said to have pioneered illusions so convincing that even their fellow exiles were fooled, at least until the illusions turned on their creator, leading to a legendary incident involving a banquet, a dozen phantom guests, and a very confused Tukata hound. These revelations forced the Sith to reconsider the nature of their own legacy. The Order had always prized strength, cunning, and the ruthless pursuit of power, but the resurfacing of the Lost Lords suggested that there had once been room for subtlety, for innovation, even for a kind of dark compassion. The Sith academies began to incorporate some of these forgotten techniques into their training, and ambitious acolytes would boast of having deciphered a Lost Lord's holocron, sometimes with the bruises to prove it. If you've ever tried to open a particularly stubborn puzzle box, you'll appreciate the persistence required. Just be glad your box didn't bite back. The impact of these discoveries was not limited to the Sith themselves. Jedi scholars, always eager to understand their ancient adversaries, pored over the newly found relics, hoping to glean insights into the origins of the dark side. Some even speculated that the Lost Lords had once sought reconciliation with the Jedi, or at least a less destructive path. These theories, of course, were hotly contested by both sides, Sith insisting on the purity of their darkness, Jedi on the inevitability of redemption. Perhaps the most profound change came in the way the Sith viewed their own history. The resurfacing of the Lost Lords challenged the myth that only the most ruthless survived, suggesting instead that survival sometimes depended on the ability to disappear, to wait, to let others claim the spotlight while you worked in the shadows. The Sith began to see value in patience and subtlety, in the art of hiding one's true strength until the moment was right. The phrase, "to vanish is to endure," became a quiet mantra among those who studied the old ways. Every new relic, every uncovered tomb, was a reminder that the past was never truly gone. The Sith's midnight was alive with echoes of ambition, betrayal, and the endless search for knowledge. The stories of the Lost Lords became cautionary tales and sources of inspiration, their secrets shaping the ambitions of future generations. Some acolytes even claimed to have received visions or warnings from the spirits of these ancient exiles, though whether these were genuine hauntings or just the result of too much time spent in dusty archives was anyone's guess. And if you ever find yourself digging through old boxes in the attic and stumbling upon a mysterious trinket, take a moment to wonder, is this just a forgotten souvenir, or the key to a secret history waiting to be retold? Just make sure it doesn't start glowing or whispering your name, unless you're ready for a real adventure. The rediscovery of the Lost Lords and their relics did more than fill gaps in the Sith's chronicles. It reminded the Order and the galaxy that history is never as simple as it seems. Every shadow hides a story, every silence a secret. The Sith's greatest strength has always been their ability to adapt, to learn from both triumph and disaster, and to weave new legends from the threads of the old. As the echoes of the past mingle with the ambitions of the present, the Sith continue to evolve, each new revelation a step deeper into the labyrinth of their own making. The lost lords, once forgotten, now stand as silent guides, their lessons etched into the bones of Korriban and the hearts of those who dare to seek them. In the end, the greatest secret may be that the story never truly ends. It simply waits, patient and hidden, for the next seeker to arrive. Chapter 18. Dreypa's Revenge. The General's Last Stand. Remulus Dreypa's final chapter is a saga of desperation, defiance, and the kind of scars that never truly fade, etched not only into the history of the Sith, but into the memories of the Jedi who survived his wrath. After years of relentless campaigns and iron-fisted command, Dreypa's fortunes turned. The rise of new Sith rivals, the fracturing of his Black Legions, and the shifting sands of Korriban's politics left the Iron General isolated, his once mighty armies splintered by ambition and betrayal. Yet, as any student of Sith history knows, Dreypa was never one to accept defeat quietly. His last stand began as a gambit born of necessity and pride. With the tide turning against him, Dreypa gathered what loyalists he could. Veterans of 100 campaigns, hardened by the Saber King's reforms and the endless drills of Korriban's academies. He retreated from the heart of Sith power, seeking refuge in the farthest reaches of their territory, where the red sands met the endless night. There, in the labyrinthine ruins and forgotten strongholds, Dreypa plotted his revenge. His strategy was as much psychological as martial. He sent out false reports, staged feints, and lured his enemies into traps that echoed with the ghosts of his old campaigns. If you've ever tried to win a game of Dejeric by bluffing with a piece you forgot how to move, you know the thrill and the risk of Dreypa's gambit. But Dreypa's enemies were not idle. The new Sith Lords, eager to secure their own legacies, marshalled their forces and closed in. The dueling halls that once rang with the Iron General's commands now echoed with the ambitions of younger, hungrier rivals. Dreypa's old allies, sensing which way the wind was blowing, switched allegiances with the practiced ease of politicians at a Coruscant fundraiser. The Black Legions, once the backbone of Sith might, fractured into war bands, some fighting for Dreypa, others for the promise of new power. The final confrontation was as brutal as it was tragic. Dreypa, outnumbered and outmaneuvered, led his loyalists in a last desperate defense. The battle raged through the ruins, the air thick with dust, ozone, and the acrid tang of fear. Dreypa's tactics were as sharp as ever: ambushes, feigned retreats, and sudden counterattacks that left his enemies reeling. For a time, it seemed as if the old general might pull off one last miracle, his legend growing with every fallen foe. But the numbers told their own story. One by one, Dreypa's followers fell, their loyalty repaid in blood and sacrifice. The Iron General himself fought with the fury of a wounded rancor, his saber a blur, his voice carrying above the chaos. In the end, though, even the greatest warrior can be brought low by the weight of betrayal and the passage of time. Dreypa was captured, his fate sealed not by the blade, but by the machinations of those he had once called brothers and sisters. His punishment was as much a warning as a sentence. Rather than execution, Dreypa was entombed, sealed alive in a crypt designed to hold his spirit as much as his body. The tomb was filled with traps, illusions, and guardians, a monument to both his power and his downfall. Some say that Dreypa spent his final days cursing the names of his betrayers, vowing revenge even as the darkness closed in. Others whisper that his spirit lingers still, a restless presence haunting the corridors of Korriban, waiting for the day when his Black Legions might rise again. the scars Dreypa left behind were not limited to the Sith. The Jedi, who had once faced his armies on 100 battlefields, remembered his tactics, his ruthlessness, and his refusal to yield. Dreypa became a case study in the dangers of unchecked ambition, a cautionary tale recited in the halls of the Jedi Temple. His legacy was a paradox, a warning against pride, but also a reminder of the power that comes from unwavering discipline and the willingness to fight for one's vision, no matter the odds. For the Sith, Dreypa's revenge became a legend in its own right. His tomb, like those of the other great lords, became a proving ground for future generations, a place where acolytes tested their skill, their cunning, and their resolve. Some sought to claim the Iron General's secrets, hoping to learn from his triumphs and avoid his mistakes. Others simply wanted to prove themselves worthy by surviving the gauntlet he left behind. If you ever feel like your final exam is a little too intense, just remember, at least it doesn't involve dodging ancient Sith traps and the occasional vengeful spirit. The echoes of Dreypa's last stand rippled through Sith history. His story became a touchstone for debates about loyalty, ambition, and the cost of power. Some Sith admired his refusal to surrender, seeing in him the ideal of strength through adversity. Others saw only the folly of clinging to the past, a reminder that even the greatest general can be undone by the very traits that made him legendary. Dreypa's revenge was never truly complete. The scars he left, on the Sith, on the Jedi, and on the very landscape of Korriban, remained as silent witnesses to his final gambit. Every new lord who walked the halls of his tomb, every acolyte who studied his tactics, became part of the legacy he could not escape. The Iron General's spirit endures, a shadow in the Sith's midnight, a lesson in both the power and the peril of refusing to let go. When you catch yourself plotting a comeback after a setback, take a page from Dreypa's book. Plan your moves carefully. Trust your loyal friends, and always check for hidden traps before making your final stand. Chapter 19, XoXaan's Apprentice, Passing the Flame. XoXaan's legacy as a master of secrets would have faded into the mists of Korriban if not for the enigmatic figure who stood beside her, her apprentice. This unnamed student, sometimes glimpsed in flickering holocron memories, sometimes described in the cryptic notes left behind by later Sith, became the vessel for XoXaan's most forbidden knowledge, the living bridge between the ancient past and the ever-evolving future of the Sith. The apprentice's training was unlike any other. XoXaan, ever the architect of riddles, did not teach through rote or repetition. Instead, she wove her lessons into puzzles, illusions, and meditations, challenging her apprentice to question every assumption and to see beyond the surface of the Force. The air in their sanctum was thick with incense and the soft hum of holocrons, the silence broken only by the apprentice's quiet questions and XoXaan's elusive answers. "What is darkness?" she might ask, and when her apprentice replied, "The absence of light," XoXaan would only smile and say, "Then what is shadow, if not both at once?" The transmission of forbidden knowledge was never a simple handoff. XoXaan's apprentice was tasked with deciphering the labyrinthine holocrons, each one a trial of patience and perception. Some holocrons demanded a riddle be solved, others required a memory relived or a fear confronted. It was said that one holocron would only open if the apprentice could answer a question with a question, a lesson in the art of subtlety and the value of never giving away too much. If you've ever tried to get a straight answer from a particularly cryptic professor, you'll appreciate the challenge. Through these trials, the apprentice absorbed not just the techniques of Sith sorcery and illusion, but the deeper philosophy that XoXaan embodied, that true power lay in understanding, not just in domination. The apprentice learned to weave shadows, to hide strength behind humility, and to plant seeds of doubt that would blossom into storms of ambition. So XoXaan's teachings were a tapestry of paradoxes, each thread a lesson in patience, adaptability, and the art of surviving in a world where every ally could become a rival overnight. The birth of new Sith traditions can be traced directly to this unique relationship. The apprentice, having mastered XoXaan's secrets, became a teacher in their own right, passing on the flame to future generations. The rituals of initiation, the practice of hiding knowledge behind layers of metaphor and illusion, and the emphasis on questioning every doctrine. All these became hallmarks of Sith culture, echoing XoXaan's influence. Even the design of later Sith holocrons, with their puzzles and traps, was inspired by the apprentice's early struggles. The Sith learned that a secret is safest when it is hidden in plain sight, accessible only to those clever and persistent enough to earn it. Over time, the apprentice's own legend grew. Some stories claim that this figure became a master of Sith illusions, able to conjure phantasms so convincing that even their fellow lords were fooled. Others say the apprentice was instrumental in codifying the Sith's first true code, a set of principles that balanced ambition with caution, power with wisdom. There are even whispers that the apprentice, having inherited XoXaan's penchant for subtlety, played a key role in shaping the early politics of the Sith, guiding events from behind the scenes, while others claimed the spotlight. The apprentice's greatest contribution, however, may have been the idea that the Sith should never be content with dogma. Every generation was encouraged to question, to innovate, to find new ways of bending the Force to their will. This restless curiosity became a defining trait of the Sith, ensuring that their order would never stagnate, no matter how many times it was nearly destroyed from within. The apprentice's legacy was not just a collection of spells or rituals, but a living tradition of inquiry and adaptation. Of course, not every lesson was learned without a price. The apprentice's experiments sometimes went awry, unleashing illusions that lingered in the tombs for centuries, or sparking rivalries that would erupt into violence. But these missteps were themselves woven into the tapestry of Sith history, reminders that greatness is forged in the crucible of failure as much as success. If you've ever tried to follow a recipe and ended up with something entirely unexpected, you know that sometimes the best discoveries are accidental. The apprentice's story, like XoXaan's, is shrouded in mystery. Some say they vanished into the wilds of Korriban, leaving behind only riddles and rumors. Others believe their spirit lingers in the holocrons, waiting to test the worth of any who would claim their legacy. There are even tales that the apprentice became a mentor to other exiles, spreading XoXaan's teachings far beyond the boundaries of her tomb. The flame that XoXaan passed to her apprentice became a beacon for all who followed, a reminder that the greatest power is not in domination, but in the endless search for understanding. The Sith, shaped by this tradition, became masters of adaptation, always ready to reinvent themselves in the face of new challenges. The apprentice's legacy endures in every whispered secret, every hidden holocron, and every moment when a Sith acolyte pauses to ask, "What if?" If you ever happen to be stuck in puzzling over a riddle or struggling to unlock a stubborn mystery, just think. Sometimes the answer is not to force your way through, but to step back, look at the problem from a new angle, and let the shadow reveal what the light cannot. Chapter 20. Andeddu's Fear, the Curse of Immortality. Darth Andeddu's quest for immortality, so often envied and whispered about in Sith circles, was not the serene, triumphant eternity he might have imagined. Instead, it became a curse, a slow descent into paranoia, isolation, and a madness that gnawed at his mind like the cold winds that sweep Korriban's tombs. The dark legacy of his death-defying arts was not just the technique of essence transfer, but the shadow it cast on every Sith who dared to follow in his footsteps. Andeddu's mastery of essence transfer promised him a life beyond the reach of time, but it also demanded a vigilance that bordered on obsession. With every ritual, every vessel claimed, his fear of betrayal grew sharper. He trusted no one, not even his most loyal followers. The fortress he built around himself was as much psychological as it was physical. Layers of traps, illusions, and guardians, all designed to keep out would-be usurpers. Even his holocron, that infamous puzzle box of forbidden knowledge, was a labyrinth of riddles and mental snares, meant to ensnare the unworthy or the merely curious. Should you ever find yourself trying to unlock a Sith holocron, keep in mind, sometimes the greatest danger is not what you find, but what finds you. Paranoia became Andeddu's constant companion. Every acolyte was a potential traitor, every shadow a threat. He would test his servants with impossible tasks, watching for the slightest hint of ambition or disloyalty. Some say he even kept a list of suspect apprentices, updating it daily, just in case someone decided to get creative with his immortality rituals. The atmosphere in his sanctum was stifling, thick with incense, the low hum of ancient machinery, and the ever-present sense that someone, somewhere, was plotting his downfall. If you ever end up feeling like everyone in the office is out to get your lunch from the fridge, it's worth remembering that Andeddu's version of food theft came with a side of Force lightning. As the years dragged on, Andeddu's fear twisted into full-blown madness. He began to see enemies everywhere, even in the faces of those who had served him faithfully for decades. His rituals grew more elaborate, more desperate, as if he could ward off death by making his life a fortress of secrets. He became a ghost in his own halls, haunting the corridors, muttering to himself about betrayal and the price of power. The few who dared approach him found a lord who was less a conqueror than a prisoner, trapped by the very immortality he had sought. The dark legacy of Andeddu's arts was not lost on the Sith who followed. His holocron, coveted by generations, became a symbol of both ultimate power and ultimate peril. Those who sought to master essence transfer often found themselves walking the same path of suspicion and solitude. The technique itself was dangerous, requiring not just skill, but a will strong enough to dominate another's body without losing oneself in the process. Many failed, their minds shattered, or their spirits lost in the void. The stories of these failures became cautionary tales, whispered in the halls of Sith academies. Beware the curse of Andeddu. Eternity is a long time to be afraid. Andeddu learned that immortality without trust is a prison, and that the price of cheating death is often paid in loneliness and fear. The Sith, ever pragmatic, took this lesson to heart. Some even argued that true power lay not in living forever, but in leaving a legacy that would outlast the body. The greatest Sith lords, after all, were remembered not for their centuries of life, but for the mark they left on the galaxy. The madness that consumed Andeddu was not just personal. It infected his followers, his apprentices, and even his enemies. His tomb became a place of dread, rumored to be haunted by his restless spirit, still guarding his secrets from beyond the grave. Those who tried to plunder his knowledge often found themselves beset by visions, nightmares, and the unshakable feeling that they were being watched. Some claimed to hear Andeddu's voice whispering warnings or threats. Others simply vanished, their fates a mystery lost to the sands. The Sith who survived Andeddu's era learned to balance caution with cunning, secrecy with strength. The rule of two, centuries later, was in part a response to the kind of paranoia that had destroyed Andeddu, an attempt to channel ambition without letting it spiral into madness. The curse of immortality, as Andeddu discovered, was not the loss of life, but the loss of trust, connection, and peace. His story became a warning etched into the very stones of Korriban. Seek power, but do not let it consume you. Guard your secrets, but do not become a prisoner of your own fear. And if you ever walk straight into a situation where everyone seems like a potential rival, well, you wouldn't be the first. Remember, even the greatest Sith Lords sometimes found that the hardest enemy to defeat was the one within. Andeddu's fear lives on in every Sith who dares to reach for eternity, a shadow that whispers, "Be careful what you wish for." His arts changed the course of Sith history, but the madness he left behind is a legacy that no holocron can ever contain. Chapter 21, The Last of the 12, Final Shadows Fade. As the last of the original 12 exiles slipped from the stage of history, their fates became as elusive as the shadows that once flickered across Korriban's ancient halls. The records, already sparse and scattered, grow even fainter here. Names dissolve, deeds blur, and the final chapters of these lords are left to rumor, myth, and the imagination of those who came after. The Sith, for all their obsession with legacy, could not prevent time and secrecy from swallowing their founders, leaving only the faintest echoes behind. Some say the last exiles vanished quietly, slipping into the wilds of Korriban or the far reaches of Sith space, content to watch the order they'd helped create twist and grow without their guiding hands. Others whisper that they were not so much lost as erased, victims of rivals who understood that in the world of the Sith, obscurity could be deadlier than any blade. There are tales of secret duels, midnight betrayals, and disappearances that left no trace but a cold draft in the corridors and a new, unmarked tomb. The Sith's culture of suspicion and ambition, so carefully cultivated by Boudica and others, ensured that even the greatest could be forgotten if it served someone else's story. The myths that grew in their absence were as varied as the Sith themselves. Some painted the last exiles as tragic figures, haunted by regret, wandering the tombs as restless spirits, or seeking redemption in the farthest reaches of the galaxy. Others cast them as cunning survivors, masters of disguise and illusion, who chose anonymity over the constant threat of betrayal. A few legends even claimed that one or more of the 12 achieved a kind of transcendence, merging with the dark side itself and becoming a guiding, or perhaps misleading, whisper in the ears of future Sith Lords. If you ever happen to be stuck in a meeting where no one remembers your contribution, just think, at least you're not a forgotten Sith Lord, your only legacy a cryptic riddle and a locked holocron. The vanishing of the last exiles left a peculiar mark on Sith tradition. Their absence became a blank canvas for every generation that followed. Ambitious acolytes and power-hungry lords would claim descent from these lost figures, inventing lineages and secret teachings to bolster their own prestige. The empty tombs of Korriban became places of pilgrimage, each one a puzzle to be solved, a mystery to be unraveled. Some seekers returned with new insights, others with nothing but sand in their boots and a lingering sense of unease. The silence of the last exiles became a kind of test. Could you find meaning in what was not said, power in what was not shown? The Jedi, too, found themselves haunted by the mystery. Their efforts to erase all trace of the 100-year darkness and the founding of the Sith only deepened the enigma. The archives mention the Exiles in passing, but never with detail. Just a warning, a shadow, a name half remembered and quickly forgotten. When you catch yourself searching for an answer that seems just out of reach, just think back to the Jedi archivists, squinting at a faded scroll and wondering if perhaps some secrets are meant to remain in the dark. For the Sith, the fading of the original 12 became both a cautionary tale and a source of inspiration. Their vanishing was a lesson in humility, a reminder that even the greatest can be undone by time, ambition, or the simple decision to walk away. But it was also a challenge, to leave a mark so deep that it could not be erased, to craft a legacy that would outlast even the most determined rival. The tombs of Korriban, filled with traps and riddles, became both monuments and warnings, silent witnesses to the truth that history remembers only what it is allowed to remember. Stories persisted of secret apprentices, hidden holocrons, and lost rituals waiting to be rediscovered. Some claimed that the last exiles had left behind a final test, a puzzle that would reveal itself only to the worthy. Others believed that the true fate of the 12 was known only to the Force, and that their spirits lingered, guiding or misleading those who dared to seek them out. The myths multiplied, each one a reflection of the hopes and fears of those who told them. Should you ever face a moment when your own story seems to fade into the background, don't forget, even the most powerful can become a whisper, a rumor, a question with no answer. The last of the 12 remind us that history is as much about what is lost as what is preserved, and that sometimes the greatest power lies in the shadows cast by those who have vanished. The final shadows of the original exiles may have faded, but their absence remains a presence, a gap that invites speculation, ambition, and the endless search for meaning. In every unmarked tomb, every cryptic inscription, every legend that refuses to die, the last of the 12 linger on, shaping the Sith as much in their silence as they ever did in life. Chapter 22. Does Syn still live? Legends never die. Sorzus. Syn's legend has always shimmered at the edge of certainty, refusing to settle into the dust of history. While the other exiles faded into tombs and myth, Syn's story remains stubbornly unfinished, her name whispered in the dark by cults, her fate a riddle that tempts every seeker of forbidden knowledge. Some say she died with the others, her spirit finally at rest after a life spent conjuring monsters and wielding alchemy. But the galaxy, it seems, is not so eager to let go of its most notorious creator of nightmares. The enduring rumors of Syn's survival began almost as soon as she vanished from the records. In the centuries that followed, stories surfaced of a shadowy figure haunting the ruins of Korriban, her presence marked by unnatural silence and the faint scent of alchemical incense. Some claim to have seen her, unchanged by time, her eyes glowing with the same cold fire that once guided her hand in the creation of Leviathans and war beasts. Others insisted that she had transcended death altogether, merging her essence with the dark side, becoming something less than a ghost and more than a memory. These rumors were not merely the idle fantasies of bored acolytes. Cults sprang up in the wastelands and underworlds of Sith space, devoted to the worship of Sorzus Syn as a living goddess of transformation and power. These followers gathered in secret, performing rituals in her name, some harmless, some deeply unsettling. They sought out her journals, her alchemical recipes, and any scrap of wisdom that might grant them a fraction of her mastery. For many, the hope was not just to learn from Syn, but to summon her, to bring her spirit forth and receive her blessing, or perhaps her curse. If you've ever found yourself at a midnight book club that's a little too into the author, you'll understand the fervor of Syn's most devoted fans. The open question of Syn's ultimate fate became a kind of test for every generation of Sith. Did she perish in the chaos that consumed the First Lords? Or did she slip away, her disappearance yet another of her carefully crafted illusions? Some believed she had left clues behind, hidden in the margins of her journals, or encoded in the rituals she taught her apprentices. Others argued that her greatest trick was convincing the galaxy she was gone, even as she continued to shape events from the shadows. The cults that worship Syn are as diverse as the legends themselves. Some see her as a benevolent teacher, a patron of innovation and adaptability. They gather in candlelit chambers, reciting her writings and meditating on the nature of change. Others embrace her darker legacy, seeking to recreate her most infamous creations, Shamblers, Howlers, and the dreaded Leviathans. These groups are less interested in enlightenment and more in power, convinced that Syn's return will herald a new era of Sith supremacy, or at least provide a good excuse for some creative monster-making. The Jedi, for their part, have always viewed the rumors of Syn's survival with a mixture of skepticism and dread. Her name appears in the archives as both a warning and a mystery, a reminder of the dangers of unchecked curiosity and the unpredictable consequences of meddling with the fabric of life. Jedi Masters have been known to caution their students, beware the path of Syn, it leads to places where even the light cannot follow. The persistence of Syn's legend speaks to something deeper in the Sith psyche. She represents the possibility that knowledge can outlast death, that a truly powerful will can echo forever. Her story is invoked by those who seek to challenge the status quo, to defy the boundaries set by others. For every Sith who dreams of surpassing their master, Syn's shadow is both inspiration and warning. Greatness is never easily contained, and the price of innovation is often paid in isolation. Some claim that Syn's spirit lingers in her creations, that the Leviathans and war beasts still carry a fragment of her will. Others say her essence is bound to a hidden holocron, waiting for a worthy student to unlock the final secret. There are even tales of Sith alchemists who, in moments of desperation, have felt a guiding hand or a cold, critical gaze, helping them perfect a ritual or warning them away from disaster. When you inevitably find yourself in the middle of a project that's spiraling out of control, here's a comforting thought. Even the galaxy's greatest alchemists sometimes left a mess behind. The open question of Sorzus Syn's fate is more than a historical curiosity. It's a living challenge. Every cult, every seeker, every apprentice who dares to ask, does Syn still live, is participating in the ongoing creation of her legend. The answer, perhaps, matters less than the search itself. In the end, Syn's greatest legacy may be the restless curiosity she inspired, a hunger for knowledge that refuses to die, even when the body is gone. Her myth endures in every whispered rumor, every secret ritual, every moment when the boundary between life and legend blurs. Whether she walks the halls of Korriban in spirit, or simply in the minds of those who refuse to let her go, Sorzus Syn remains proof that some stories are too powerful to end. As the gentle hum of the galaxy's night settles around you, let your thoughts drift softly away from the tales of power, ambition, and shadowed legacies. The stories of the Sith, with all their darkness and drama, now fade into a quiet stillness, like the last flicker of a dying star. Feel the weight of the day lift, replaced by a calm that wraps around you like a warm, familiar cloak. Imagine yourself lying beneath a vast, starless sky, where the only light is the soft pulse of distant nebulae, their colours shifting gently like the breath of the Force itself. The air is cool and still, carrying the faint scent of ancient temples and forgotten holocrons, echoes of secrets whispered long ago. Here, in this serene moment, the restless ambitions of the Sith seem far away, softened by time and space. Remember that even in the darkest corners of the galaxy, there is balance. The Sith's midnight is not just a time of fear and fury, but also a space for reflection and renewal. As you drift towards sleep, let the lessons of patience, resilience, and quiet strength guide you. The shadows may be long, but they are softened by the light that always returns. Now, as your thoughts grow heavy and your body sinks deeper into rest, let the galaxy's gentle embrace carry you into starless sleep. The stories of the Sith will wait, their secrets safe until you awaken. For now, surrender to the calm, the quiet, and the soft, endless night.